I think we're live. We should be live. Should. I'm not saying we are. I'm saying we should be live. Alright, hopefully everyone's having a good Monday. I mean, hope he starts soon. Should be live. What do you mean? What do you mean? Alright. Starting it a little bit early, but that's fine. Kind of late to the late live stream. Should make myself a coffee too. Yeah, I don't have anything for CC Comp for PieFast. And the only thing I got now is like the RX Vega 56. I got the benchmarks done already on it that I could just sub in later that are better. There will be, I'm pretty sure US will put out some scores for the Vega 56 soon, I believe. I mean, it's good to have it, right? Like, if you have a sub ready to go, just make sure you have it. Because, yeah, like, sub it in a week, or you can sub it now, but you can sub it in a week. Yeah, better than none. It's always good just to have a score put in, just in case, right? Just in case somebody does not actually sub something. So yeah, I've been going over the comp, and we're doing all right. We're in fourth right now, because Russian Federation posted some more stuff in there. I don't get how they got put up above us, because they're at 112 points, and we're at 112 or 1,012 points. We're at 1,012 points. They should be below us. I'm not sure why they're above us now, because that's not how it technically works. For, let's say you sub something later on, like you sub something from PC hardware. If you have the exact same score as somebody else, you get put below them. You don't get put above them, you get put below them generally. So it's kind of odd. Yeah, so we're gonna go over a bit of the Intel partnership. I talked about this before it even happened. Like I said, AMD was gonna maybe do the same thing. A bunch of other companies are gonna do the same thing as well, like Qualcomm, IBM, and Nvidia. Nvidia and Intel. It's not like it's like the first partnership or anything that they've done. They haven't, like, it's not the first thing that they've collabed with. Basically, it's just a new one that they did, and it's more or less to help out Intel, right? Yep. Yeah, because we're nearing the end of the year. So people will be subbing whatever they can sub because it's the end of the year. Best to get it in before the end of the year. So like you got about 10 days. So around the Christmas time is when you want to have all your subs in for the year. So that way they can be applied Because you gotta remember, it could take up to 2 days for it to be actually applied to your account, and then that's what you want to have before the end of the year. Same thing with the CC comp, the Country Cup. So we have about 10 days. We technically have 13 days. 13 days, 16 hours, 57 minutes, but we it's best to put it in about 10 days. Yeah, that's true, but you gotta think also Intel had to lay off what? A lot of people, like 20,000 people now. So this could be good for consumers because the RTX can be put into x86. That's part of the partnership. This is what we'll be talking about a bit today. That was not technically Intel's fault, but it is Intel's fault. They had fabs going that should not have been even going still, but you gotta remember, like, there's contracts that have been made from years ago for certain chipsets, and all that, so they had to fulfill probably some contracts and or just keep making older nodes. Those old fabs, though, were definitely not making them any money. And they had a bunch of fabs going that did not need to be going. It's the final countdown. The PS5 and Xbox One is all AMD. That matters if you're a gamer. I mean, yeah, it's been Sony and Xbox has been using AMD for a long time because it's just old stock. It's nothing new. It's to save money, and then you just get really good development done onto the actual how they are, because they're a closed system. It's not like they have to go out and make sure there's so much driver support for millions of different combos of hardware. It's all a closed system, so it just makes things easier. And then if you just use older hardware, well, you can save money. It's not like it's good hardware. It's old shit. And yet people love their Xbox. People love their PlayStations. They'll spend $600, whatever it is, on them. Intel had way too many, call them, workers. They should have done a layoff sooner. It's just they tried to help out people. They tried to make sure they kept them a job, even though they were losing billions a year for actually more than 2 years, but for like 2 years straight, they're losing billions. You can help. I flashed several GPUs recently, but I've come across those Dell HP GPUs that tend to easily brick when flashed. They're hard. They're hard to flash them. It's not that you can always unbrick a GPU. It's not that difficult to unbrick it. You just generally need another GPU. It's just those Dell HP GPUs. They're locked by Dell and HP, so. You do not need day one support for games if you're all AMD? No, that's not true. For consoles only. No, there's no way to unlock them. It's a signed. They're signed, so there's no way to. You can do protect off, but that's the way that you would brick it if you do brick it. Yeah. So the main thing is searching up your GPU. So you got to search up your GPU and see what it's more or less what controllers on it. See what controllers on it that actually, like the PWM controller onto it, not the fan, but the controller on it, to see what one it uses. and then you can search for another GPU of the same whatever GPU you have to see if it has the same one. And then also look at your HDMI and DisplayPort output and see if it lines up with the other GPUs. And then also look at see if the power, like if it has 2 6-pin, 1 6-pin, 2 8-pins, whatever it has, see if those are matching. And that is one way you can get around it. It's just device, the GPU ID as well, the board ID can also play a factor in if whether or not it's going to work. You can do protect off, but I mean, those Dell and HP are kind of annoying. Yeah, you have to, yeah, that's, you got to check for the HDMI ports, because let's say you flash it to another GPU and it does work, you might lose HDMI, you might lose one of the display ports. That's the thing. It just might just make it so it doesn't work until you flash it back. How's it going, James? Yeah, unlocking CPUs with pencil lead. That's the older platforms. You can unlock a 3-core CPU to a 4-core CPU. I think that's AMD, the 960T. I think that's one of them. Library boot to your machine? I don't know what that is. Skeet, that doesn't mean anything. Well, that doesn't mean any. What are you trying to say there, Skeet? Because you literally just said about. No, fuck off, Nick. You literally just talked about consoles, and then you're talking about how if you're all AMD, you don't need day one support. You do need day one support. You need support for as long as that game's going for the drivers, and because the game cannot just have everything that it's for all the different kind of you want to call it different kind of combos. You're not just talking about the an AMD GPU and AMD CPU. You're talking about the different kind of RAM kits put into it, whether or not it's 32 gig, 64 gig, 96 gig, what ICs it is, the motherboard itself as well, because there's like, I don't know, hundreds of thousands different kind of motherboards you can get. Well, not hundreds of thousands, but thousands of different kind of motherboards you can get for the same platform. I don't care that PS5 is all AMD and Xbox One. It's always been it's been AMD and Xbox One since early 2000s. It's a closed system. You're talking about a closed system versus a PC right now. That's completely different there, Skeets. Oh my god. You're talking about two completely different things. You cannot say a console, because it's all AMD, is the same as a PC that's all AMD, and that you don't need day one support. Yes, it's different than a modern PC. It's a closed fucking system. As in, it uses the exact same hardware as every other Xbox, and PlayStation does the same fucking thing. You just need one fucking driver for that. One. And you can update that driver through updates, and they regularly get done. It's simple, and that's the driver updates is more or less because you're gonna go for different kind of games. We don't care that it's AM4 and AM and RDNA 2. We don't care about that. That's old garbage. It gets really good with it due to the fact it's a closed system. Developers can take whatever hardware, whatever it is, off of that and actually make it better. As in, the codes can be better for that system. It's a closed system. Now, game developers for PCs have to do like beta testing. I mean, we're talking months or years of beta testing. Here you go, people. Try this out. That's why Battlefield 6, they made it so that way tons of people, and if you're like me that did tons of different kind of hardware combos for them, it benefited them. Neighbor Boot is just a free and open source software project for replacing proprietary BIOS with free software. Huh? I don't know. No. There's always problems when you go to PC. You can't get around that. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. You cannot say that a closed system is same as a PC. A closed system as in a console. It's not. It's not the same. Not the same. There's not, oh, there won't be any issues. There won't be any issues. Oh, wow, this one update gave me an extra 100 FPS on my PC. Holy shit. No doubt, because there was fucking issues. No, Skeet just knows how to say stuff to me. Well, it makes me mad because he doesn't listen and understand what I'm saying. Yeah, and then I heard there's a lot of issues with that new, I think it's the new Borderlands 2. The cat ears on too tight to listen. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the same thing with that Borderlands. And then like the developers or the owners of Hogwarts or Borderlands, that new Borderlands game was saying like everything's fine on our end, just use DLSS. Just use frame gen. And the thing is, it could be fairly well done. Like the code could be, the development of the game could be fairly good. But because there's so many different, like the updates will eventually make it better. But due to the fact that it is so strenuous, even a 5090 with like the highest end CPU, doesn't matter if it's like Intel or AMD, depends on what you're doing, it's gonna give you better. But yeah. Yeah, but I can still time out. Yeah, I'll let you know when you're wrong there, Hoops. I don't mind telling people if they're wrong. I know more than just PC hardware. But I won't say anything, or else I'll just try to see if I can remember something off of what someone's actually asking me, and I'll try to say what it is. I'm not going to say I'm right, though, or argue with you. But if I know I'm right, I know I'm right. It doesn't matter, but DLSS is proprietary. That doesn't matter. Holy fucking shit. Skeets, shut the fuck up. Yes, I probably owned more AMD hardware than you, Skeets. I'm non-biased for a fucking reason. My first, second, third, and fourth PC was fucking AMD. Goddamn. You're talking to someone that has owned more hardware than most. I don't know, maybe Nick actually beats me in some hardware. Some. Maybe, well, high-end hardware, he definitely beats me. But I mean, yeah. DLSS is proprietary. Wow, okay, so fucking FS4. Holy shit, frame gen. Different kind of frame gen. It doesn't matter, it's fucking proprietary. They're saying use some sort of frame generation so that way you can see more frames while playing Borderlands. That's why I'm saying it doesn't matter, you moron. Consoles use PC hardware, but different instruction sets used here. Clip it. Nick beats me. Consoles use PC hardware, different instruction sets used. Hence, all layers of transitions from important games over to PC. Because again, you got a closed system. When you got a CPU and a GPU that are in millions of consoles that are all in the exact same, the only thing that's different is might have a different SSD. SSD, NVMe, whatever, hard drive, whatever they're using in it, right? Or whatever someone puts into it. Same is the same. It's very easy to make it work better. PC, there's millions of combos of PCs. Millions of combos. Not one fucking combo. That's what makes it easier. That's what makes it more efficient. Plus, consoles are upscaled. All upscaled. What can PCs do? They can upscale. They can do frame gen. They can do fucking frame rendering. All at different kind of FPS. With a whole bunch of different kind of systems. Gamepad is a closed system. Oh my god. You just want me to blow my brains out. I'll be dead in the beat off. Barbie movie? There's a Barbie movie? You'll beat me off right now, he says. Well, hell, I'm waiting. Look what we got. We got a cutie nugget. Woo! She's so happy. They have a beach off? No, I didn't even know they have a Barbie movie. I don't watch that stuff, man. It's about beats per minute, not total accumulation. This guy! Yeah, because I spend my time learning about PC hardware, modern, older hardware, retro hardware, and you guys are fucking talking about a Barbie movie? I don't watch fucking movies. I don't watch TV. This is how I know more shit than you, skeets. Maybe this is... Maybe I educate myself instead of watching Barbie movie. I don't watch TV, okay? To scrutinize it. Brian? 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 Not wasted with useless stuff? Brian? He's beating it too much. That Barbie has some serious hardware. There's a clip on Discord. 1 sec, let me see. Oh god, there really is a fucking Barbie movie from 2023. Margaret Robbie, though. Hey. Oh god, there's an ad. Now I see how you guys feel. Trustful. Come on. 3 minutes! You said 2 seconds out of your life! It's 3.5 minutes! 960. Oh, that's my Athlon 64. What one is it? Athlon. So technically, you beat me on age of AMD. Do you remember the actress being called mid for months and started with cause the Barbie movie? No. The central scrutinizer? One second, I gotta watch this. I can.
There are no multiples of our. He's just yeah, confused about that. Hey, Barbie, check me out.
What is this? What am I watching? What am I watching? He can't put you in timeout? That's actually kind of funny. Alright, I'll watch the rest of it. Hold on.
You see? You're so sweet. Looks like this beach is a little too much beach for you, Ken. If I wasn't severely injured, I would be chewed off right now, Ken. Alright, Ken, you on? Let's beach off. Anyone who wants to beach him off has to beach me off first.
I'll beat you both off at the same time.
Great. Not even broken. You'll be fine. Shredding waves is much more dangerous than people realize. You're very brave. Thank you, Bruce. Yes, if it's right with my job. And it is not like that, which is a common misconception. You're fine.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Beat you off right now. I'll beat you both off right now. What? Yeah, exactly. I don't know why either. Oh man. Okay. It's pretty good though. It's pretty good. I'm pretty sure I've seen that Hooves. That's an older one. That's an older one there, Hooves. I'm pretty sure I've seen it. What? Nugget. You want to say hi? Huh? You want to say hi? Well, come here. Oh, there's a bunch of good ones from early 2000s. Okay, so let's go over a little bit of the Intel and Nvidia partnership. So what was actually announced? Again, this is just facts. I'm gonna give you guys facts on everything here. So Intel and Nvidia announced a strategic partnership. Nvidia is buying $5 billion dollars worth of Intel stock, which they did. Again, this is not a rumor; it's official press release from both companies. Partnership covers data center, AI, PC, client platforms. So yeah, wild. So now we got the CPU parts. It's a big part again because more or less Intel, but now Nvidia partnership with them could be beneficial for us consumers. So yeah, Intel will design and build custom x86 CPUs for Nvidia. Nvidia, the GPU company, is getting a custom x86 CPU made specifically for them by Intel. Intel will be making Nvidia its own x86 CPU. So that will benefit Nvidia and also kind of benefit us consumers because, yeah, that means Intel's no longer just selling CPUs, we're becoming a platform provider again, which is really good. So yeah, question. Do you guys think these CPUs ever trickle down to consumers? As in, they're not just made for data centers and going to be made for like AI. Who wants to get into the handheld market? The V box. I can really use a V box. So the PC, that's RTX chiplet part. So enthusiast like us, me, will like. Intel will make x86 SoC with Nvidia RTX GPU chiplets. So basically like a CPU plus GPU in one advanced package. So that's good. Nvidia GPU tech, Intel CPU cores, and connected with NVLink, which means more bandwidth, faster, well, maybe faster speeds, but more or less more bandwidth. From enthusiast standpoint, this is well, and more cores. With the enthusiast standpoint, this is wild. We're talking about x86 CPUs with RTX silicon inside the package, not PCIe, not a discrete graphics card. Literally chiplet level integration here. So, laptop only, or do you think we'll see this in desktop? You think we'll see this in desktop? I mean, that will probably be applied to handhelds, but laptops could be a main selling point for them. They do make more. Actually, companies make a lot of money off of laptops. You gotta remember, like a lot of people that are going to school, university, college. A lot of them get laptops, and they usually get a much higher end laptop. A lot of people do buy Macs, but there's a lot of people that actually will buy like an Intel or AMD laptop. A lot of people buy Intel though, because lower power draw and whatnot, more cores. Stop licking me. Thank you, Skeets. AI is absolute BS and is a shedding white collar admin jobs to the point where North America will be in a depression. See, I talked about this early this year, a little bit late last year, but early this year I talked a lot about it, and how it's going to affect white collar jobs big time. When I talked about early this year, 15% of jobs were already taken by AI. 15%, as in, if you're like a basic coder, it was taken over by AI basically. Just wild. And that was early this year, and things have already advanced since then, and AI is still technically in like early stage. We are still technically early stage in AI, and it's already done so much. On typewriter? Well, good for you there, Hooves. Hey, if it works for you there, Nick, right? If it works for you. I mean, you got some systems that make it a lot quicker too, which really helps. 10,000? What company? That's a huge company, by the way. That's a huge company. I think now for some jobs it's like up to 20% of, yeah, 10,000 is huge. Go, go. I'll work cheaper. How many jobs has AI created? Not like white collar jobs. Not like more like janitors, blue collar jobs like electricians, framers. Well, you gotta remember, like these data centers, these big data centers, switched over to AI, but then they upgraded their facilities or made more facilities for AI. So that way, there's been more framing, plumbing, electrical, all that kind of stuff for blue collar jobs. It's definitely helped out, but white collar jobs, it definitely has not helped create jobs for white collar. It's only taken away. I said earlier this year that's what's gonna happen. I would believe it has made more jobs than it has taken away. I might seem like a white collar, but I'm a blue collar. I do framing, so not just wood, but steel framing and wood framing. I also can do other means too, like roofing, stonework, light electrical, light plumbing. Um, I don't know about that. Yeah, I still don't believe that there's Skeets, unfortunately. Nuclear is like one of the cleanest and efficient there is, and they're getting most of it from that. Unless they're getting it from like solar. Solar is one of the worst. Wind is still not great, but solar is the worst for actual emissions due to the fact of how it's made. Nuclear is the best though. I already know about that. Do you even know that Elon Musk literally is shipped over or is shipping over a nuclear power plant? Shipping it. That's the thing. There's not much. A lot of people think it's like it was back in the 60s and 70s on that. Well, 70s more or less, but it's not as bad now. It's been redesigned. And a lot of the way they're reusing these like all the what do I call it, like the rods and that are actually radioactive. They're reusing it for ammunitions and stuff like that. It's not like it used to be. It's not like it used to be. Yeah, they used AI for like fast food drives and all that, and apparently it was not so good. And that's the thing, solar and battery is one of the worst for emissions to create. After it's created, yeah, it's good for, it's not bad, but to create battery and solar is terrible. No, no, I'm not saying that it's good. I'm not saying it's good. Yeah, remember that they're not radioactive by that point. They can get rid of most of it to where you can handle it, right? So it's not like it's radioactive anymore or harmful. And it's like one of the strongest, hardest metals out there. So, and hopefully it lasts you, 20 years there, hooves. It's just a lot of times they don't last or the efficiency goes down. Yeah, uranium rods. Yeah, the uranium rods can be broken down and then um, Right here. So yeah, they're using depleted uranium. Which is mostly the stable U-238 isotope, which is a leftover after most of the U-235 has been removed during the enrichment process. It is only weakly radioactive and does not create a nuclear explosion. Weakly radioactive. The process for creating depleted uranium ammunition is a standard industrial manufacturing process beginning with raw source material, not pre-made fuel rods. Never mind. Guess they don't just use the fuel rods. No. It's weak. It's weak radiation. As in you can handle it. You can go near it. It's not going to kill you. But there's radiation everywhere. There's radiation everywhere. It's the amount of radiation that can actually cause harm, right? It's not the battery that wears out quickly. It's the efficiency of the actual solar, whatever their design of the solar that they have for it. Goes from 100% down to like 50%, which is not really good. Yeah, the new solar panels are insanely good. They can use the moon to charge them? What? Those are really efficient then. Really efficient. Like, those are really efficient. I don't know, I've never heard of that. Flower wind turbines? Never heard of a flower wind turbine before. So, next segment. So, NVLink everywhere. Talking points here. NVLink used to be GPU to GPU and server generally only. On some cards we got NVLink though. Now we got CPU to GPU direct interconnect. Much higher bandwidth than PCIe. Possible implications is shared memory, lower latency, better AI plus compute performance. So if NVLink comes to consumer platforms, PCIe instantly looks old. Okay, so like it could take over PCIe. Then that is if we can get it to the consumer platforms. But to change the consumer platforms is changing a lot of things for consumer platforms, and it would have to be taken on by a large majority or most people to switch over to it. Since it's going to be a newer system for consumers, it probably will not be cheap either. There'll probably have to be like new power supplies for it, and other means, like could be different kind of way the RAM has to be done onto it. It might have to do soldered RAM onto it, so you buy your motherboard with the actual RAM soldered onto it. Like there's many issues with that. That's why Cam 2 memory could be a thing in the future. It's just not good right now, just due to the fact the way it's designed. it was supposed to be a big next thing, but there's too many issues with it. So this could be the biggest architectural shift since memory controllers moved on die, which is very true. But yeah. So NVLink versus PCIe, who wins long term? Do you think NVLink is going to last or take over PCIe, or do you think PCIe is just going to, or NVLink is actually going to be good? Like NVLink, we're not talking about NVLink for GPU to GPU NVLink right now. We're talking about CPU to GPU NVLink. Completely different. We're not talking about NVLink that's no longer a thing. We're talking about NVLink for a new process, for completely redoing the PC. Yep, Cam 2 is good for laptops. I'm not saying it's bad. It's good. It's good because you can get a large amount of RAM into a laptop. It's just you can't get the frequencies that they said that you could do, like you would be able to do for desktop. Yeah, the temperatures of them are very hard to cool, and this is everything I talked about before it even came out. Okay, just went over on everything onto it, and I got a lot of hate from that video. A lot of hate from that video. I just had a piece of paper and I was scribbling on the paper on how and what was going to be good about it and the issues that could arise. And yeah, I was right. I was right. It's not bad though. It's good to have. It's just they need to redesign it so that way they're able to cool everything properly. Because it's front side and back side. If you can just put it all onto the back side and keep the front side completely open, basically, so that way that you don't have to worry about cooling what's on the underside of it, then things would actually work a bit better. As a minimum. Energy companies are reducing supply? It's odd. Since I'm pretty sure Australia does not have a huge electrical usage. Kind of weird that they are reducing supply. Maybe they're reducing supply because they have to for the nuclear power plants or something. And then maybe they're making new, like trying to turn off a nuclear power plant so they can have a new power plant. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I 100% agree there too. Alright, the money and legal side. Why this matters. Okay, why this matters. Facts. Nvidia buying stock, Intel stock equals charity. Deal requires regulatory approval, antitrust review. Intel and Nvidia have past legal history, lawsuits, patent disputes, cross-licensing deals. So, Intel has sued Nvidia, and patents from Nvidia. The same thing. It's mostly Intel suing and Intel taking, or Nvidia taking patents, and then there is cross-licensing deals, as in they've already collabed on stuff and said, okay, well you can do this, and then Intel saying you can do this kind of deal. What does that really do for this part of their, the $5 billion? Does that just go away? This deal only works because they already settled their IP wars years ago. Without that, this partnership would have been impossible, they're saying. So do regulators block this or let it slide? Just let it slide. Just let it slide. I mean, why not? Why would... Is a big help. There are some disputes still going on between them, but because of this, I mean, what's the point? What's the point? So, Intel Foundry questions. So, some important information. Nvidia did not confirm that Intel will manufacture Nvidia GPUs. They're not. They're supposed to be doing CPUs for them. A big question is this about Intel Foundry services or just CPU plus packaging? Because CPU plus packaging is a big part of it, not just the foundry itself. But yeah, if you only need so much into your batteries, just flow the rest out and make money off of it. That's what you should be doing. Um, so yeah, this is where things are kind of getting interesting on this. Nvidia has not committed to Intel fabs yet. If they do, that's massive validation for Intel. If not, that's still a huge win, but a different one. Due to the fact that Intel can still do whatever it wants to do and not have to worry about doing certain things for Nvidia, and just can continue to work on their roadmap for the CPU roadmap. They don't have to stop any kind of manufacturing processes or developments on newer hardware that they're currently working on, and that's good. That's good. Liputan, right? Liputan is the man for this, and hopefully he can keep that roadmap going on and on time. On time is the main thing for these advancements that they're working on, and he can hopefully continue making good deals because he's been doing really good on that. Would you guys trust Intel fabs over TSMC? Remember, TSMC is the major ones that made the 13th and 14th gen CPUs. Not Intel. TSMC. Yeah, 58% on no. 58%. Any people will be saying why though? Why? Why? Tell me why. Why do we have 58% bad deal for the Intel Nvidia good for consumers? Why is it bad for consumers? Somebody let me know their thoughts on that. Anybody? Anybody want to say something on that? 64, 67, man, more votes. We're just getting more and more votes. What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Stop! I was wondering. 69! Nice. Wow. That, wow. Just, Wow. Unlocked. Give me 1 second. Let's go grab a coffee. Okie doke. All right, we're back. So, what does this mean for AMD? AMD loses potential CPU share in Nvidia systems. AMD still strong in EPYC chiplets, unified platforms. Competition just got nastier though. This is Intel and Nvidia basically saying we're not letting AMD own the platform narrative alone, as in more or less for the gaming CPU gaming CPU and GPU market. Now, more or less the CPU market, just due to the fact AMD is closing in on Intel on the actual CPU market. More or less for gamers, but they are starting to own quite a big chunk of the CPU market alone. Not GPUs, but CPUs. Ugh. I'm just really curious about the NVLink for CPU plus GPU. Because that'd be new, right? Well, it's not the first time they did it. I think the longest run they did was technically 5 gens. Or is it 4? That was 5. But yeah, for recent CPU platforms, yeah, the 12th, 13th, and 14 gen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's for 775. Because it went all the way from DDR2 all the way into DDR3 for 775. Surface Pro with a docking station. Is that good? I don't know. I don't know much about that stuff. Yeah, but you gotta think though, it's really good that Intel put on their chips DDR4 and DDR5 memory controllers, right? So that's another bonus that Intel did. No, they didn't. But then AMD's odd with the way they do the high-end desktops. Yeah, there are some really good boards. With my AM5, do you know how many possible CPUs I could fit in that system, including EPYC CPUs? Not all those boards can support EPYC though. Asus is the one that really helps support it, but not all boards support it. That's the only thing though. That's one thing people need to look at as well is does it actually support this? It can, it might. Kind of like how your SLI, oh, that board supports it. Does not mean it's going to work. It does technically support it though. And yours with the Asus board that you're using for the EPYC is a one that is not just supported but works, and it's one of the oddities for AM5 that will work for it. Danny G. What gens do they do unofficially? Yeah, and unofficially is not for consumers, right? You're talking about modifying. That's modifying like Coffee Lake mods or other mods of that kind of means. That's different. That's different. That's different. Yeah, no, yeah, that's different. That's different. And then, well, why would you want to use a Z170? Right? Why? There's no legitimate reason to be doing a Z170 with a Coffee Lake. Yeah, okay. No, the newest chipset. Okay, that's good. That's good that they all those boards do support it then. And the thing is, they may support it, but they might not work, and that probably is due to the chipset. Danny G? One sec, I'm looking it up. Let's see. Like Danny G what? The Danny G show? I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Birmingham. What one am I supposed to search up? I don't know what. There's so many. There's like XQC reacts to clocks and meme named Danny. My name's effing Danny G. Reacting to Danny G from Smethwick, Birmingham. Danny G from Birmingham. From Birmingham.
You done what for? You made mention of well, man. You sent me a message first, yeah? I live in Snabbit, Birmingham. What the fuck you do? Come down, Snabbit, that's for energy. I come in the house, I beg This was the Xbox 360 at its finest, at its peak.
Like Xbox 360, that's peak. Birmingham, like, come out of my house. Oh yeah. Oh, the past good. Good. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um. So yeah, Nvidia and Intel Corporation has the collaboration to joint develop multiple generations of custom data centers and PC products to accelerate applications and workloads across hyperscale enterprise and consumer markets. The main thing that we're gonna be looking at, like what we want to see in the future, is maybe these CPUs with the RTX. So for personal computing, Intel will build and offer for to the market x86 systems, system on chips (SoCs) that integrate Nvidia RTX GPU chiplets. These new x86 RTX SoCs will power a wide range of PCs, man integration of world-class CPUs and GPUs. And the other one that we really want to see, that I want to see, is the NVLink CPU and GPU NVLink that they're talking about. It's not a guarantee still. It's a talk about. It would be much more beneficial though. No, I'm good there, Squeeze. Oh, sorry about that. Ooh. brains almost went out through my nose. So November 19th, we got some. So earlier this month, Nvidia announced a multi-layer partnership with Intel to jointly develop custom AI data centers, blah, 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 piece of solutions alongside a planned $5 billion US equity investment as Intel executives leadership changes to accelerate its digital transformation and AI initiatives under CEO Lip-Bhutan. This collaboration not only marks a significant step forward in integration NVIDIA's AI and accelerated computing capabilities with Intel's x86 architecture, but also underscores increasing confidence in Intel's repositioning with a rapidly evolving semiconductor and AI landscape. We'll examine how the NVIDIA partnership and focus on AI innovation strengthen Intel's investment narrative and long-term transformation strategy. But what I really want to see is... So Intel's outlook anticipates $58.1 billion in revenue and $5.2 billion in earnings by 2028. This projection is based on 3.1% annual revenue growth and a $25.7 billion increase in earnings from the current minus $20.5 billion level. Yeah, I told you they're losing billions. Wow. 20 billion though. Minus 20 billion. It's wild. 69, nice. Yeah, multiple 69s. 69% on the poll. 69 minutes ago. 6 watching. So Nvidia recently introduced fully integrated systems such as the GB200-300, NVL72, which is the I've talked about this earlier this year, which combine Blackwell GPUs and Grace ARM CPUs with leverage NVLink for high-performance interconnects. These platforms showcase what's possible when the CPU and GPU connection evolves in lockstep with NVIDIA's accelerated roadmap. As a result, ARM achieved a 25% revenue share of the server CPU market in 2025, second quarter of 2025. With NVIDIA representing a significant portion due to strong adoption by major cloud service providers. I did talk about the NVL72, and it's one of the reasons why there's data centers that are going to use AMD CPUs in their systems, but they switched over to Intel due to the fact that NVL72 would work better with Intel, and yeah. AMD could only link up 8 different systems when Nvidia could do 72. big difference, especially for AI. So, however, adoption of such proprietary systems may not reach its full potential in the broader enterprise market, as many consumers prefer the flexibility of open ecosystems and established CPU vendors at the x86 architecture offers. Yet, the performance of GPU accelerator applications on x86 has been long been constrained by the pace of the PCIe roadmap for both scale and for upscale and scale out connectivity. While GPU continues to advance on the 18-month or shorter cycle, CPU to GPU communication, or PCIe, has progressed more slowly, often limiting system-level GPU connectivity. That's why NVLink is be better. So the new Intel and Nvidia partnership is designed to close the gap with NVLink Fusion, which can be available on Intel's x86 platform. Enterprise can scale GPU clusters on familiar infrastructure while benefiting the scalability of NVIDIA's own NVL-based rack designs without requiring consumers to fully commit to a proprietary stack. For Intel, the agreement ensures continued relevance of the AI infrastructure market despite the lack of a competitive GPU portfolio. For server OEMs, it opens up new design opportunities. They can pair a customized Intel x86 CPU with NVIDIA GPU in a wider range of configurations, creating more differentiated offerings from individual boards to full racks, while retaining flexibility for diverse workloads. Yeah, I mean, why couldn't you? For small businesses, you can literally run it on an old piece of crap Dell system. But for a larger business, that's a little bit of a different story. You're gonna need something a bit beefier, something with more storage, more raw input because of the traffic. All that matters about how much traffic is going in and out, right? So, the beneficiaries of this development include Nvidia, which extends NVLink adoption into the broader x86 ecosystem, Intel, which can play a key role in the AI systems market despite lack of competitive GPU portfolio, bolstered by Nvidia's $5 billion investment, so helps them out big time. Server OEM, which gains more freedom to innovate in different x86 systems designed. At the same time, there are competitive implementations there. So yeah, AMD is unlikely to participate as its CPU compete with Intel and its GPUs compete with Nvidia. The company continues to pursue its own interconnect strategy through UA-Link, and the UA-Link is way behind Nvidia and Intel basically, but way behind Nvidia. It's way behind. 8 systems versus 72 systems. I think data centers are gonna go with the 72 systems. Just larger. You're gonna do larger files. It's quicker. So of course they're gonna use NVL72. ARM may see reduced momentum for external enterprise AI workloads if x86 platforms can now support higher GPU scalability. That said, cloud providers may continue to use ARM for internal workloads and could explore custom ARM CPUs with NVLink Fusion. For that there, Hooves, yeah. For that. That's what I said. For small businesses, you can literally just use an old piece of crap Dell system or HP system. You don't need a large, beefy computer for open source software for businesses. You don't need anything crazy. And depending on what open source software you're using, could be very efficient. So you could just use an old 4-core, 4-thread CPU and be plenty fine on 16 or 32 gigabytes of RAM. And that's it. No GPU required. That's why software is very good. A very efficient software is going to be more beneficial for you, but that would be dependent on what company you're going on and what they're actually, how good their software is, efficient their software is. Yeah, for most people, they're not going to need a GPU, but depending on what you're doing and needing done, a GPU can help accelerate things. You can use GPU as an accelerator, right? The more you know. So ultimately, NVLink Fusion on the Intel x86 platforms narrows the gap between systems based on the mainstream architecture and Nvidia's proprietary designs. It aligns x86 and GPU roadmaps more closely, giving enterprises a more scalable path forward while preserving choice across CPUs, GPUs, and system architectures. No. You can't just stop talking about something and completely switch over to something else there, man. It's not how it works. It's like it seems like a lot of people have really hardcore ADHD and ADD and they don't even know it. You're literally just talking about open source software for businesses and now you're just talking about the regular consumer, citizen, non-business owner. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Or how he made his CPU run on like 1.5, 1.6 volts, thinking it was gonna help it, even though it's a non-overclockable, low-powered CPU. Hi, Nugget. Hi. Oh, is it that time? Yeah. Are you getting hungry? Yeah. You want to say hi? We got a nugget. What's that? You gonna say hi? We don't look grumpy. You gonna say hi? Alright, let's go get you some foods. Yeah. Give me one sec, guys. Yep. And she's all happy now. Alright, so Intel is currently working on, Intel is in a high volume production of its Intel 18A equivalent to 2 nanometer class node, 18A 1.8 nanometer node process node, and is using it to build its next gen processors, Panther Lake, which is Coral Lake Ultra Series 3. These are the next-gen client SoCs, system on chips, for consumer and commercial AI PCs, gaming devices, and edge solutions. They are built on Intel 18A and feature significant performance and AI acceleration improvements. Clearwater Forest, which is their Xeons, Intel Xeon 6 Plus. This is Intel's next generation E-core server processor, also built on the 18A node, designed for data centers and cloud providers with a focus on power efficiency and performance. Arrow Lake, that's already been done. That's already been done. Lunar Lake as well. These processors are already in the market. Yeah, that's already done. Already in the market, also part of the AI PC power PC push, focused on low power consumption for thin and light laptops. Well, Lunar Lake. What else are they working on that's really good? Which is Foundry Service. Intel's Foundry, a core part of Intel's strategy, is offering its manufacturing capabilities, fabs, to external customers like its rival TSMC. Intel has secured major investments from companies like Nvidia and government funding through a U.S. CHIPS Act to bolster its initiative. Its Fab 52 in Arizona is a key facility for producing advanced logic chips, which is that's why they need to get rid of their old fabs. I think everybody needs RAM. There's a lot of things he's done there, Vep. A lot. A lot. Yeah. Codename Clearwater Forest seems to be pretty good. Supposed to launch in the first half of 2026. Panther Lake, remember, Panther Lake is for laptops, like mobiles. Their main one that they're really working on for consumers is Nova Lake, and that's going to be on 1954 platform. Panther Lake is on like the 1851 platform. But laptops. Yeah, we'll work for RAM. We got a nugget back. Oh, burps. Was that good? About not gay, but 32 gigabyte of DDR5 RAM is 32 gigabyte of DDR5 RAM. Are you comfy? Yeah. That's true. 48 is better. Enlisted timings, yeah. I don't need lickens. I was gonna say, I was actually gonna say something like that. 48 gigabytes. You can use whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Full service. What do you want? 48 gigabytes, one of the best you can get. Just for overall frequency, because not everyone has the money for the motherboards that can actually handle higher frequencies. Even for higher frequencies, 48 gigabytes is still the best. If you need more RAM than 48 gigabytes, then yeah, 96. But most people only need 32. 48 is going to be more better for the long run, but 32 should last quite a while for games. I mean, if you're needing more than 32 gigabytes of RAM for games, I mean, that's just wild. I guess that would depend on the game that you're playing, too. Have you seen the prices of the 128 gigs? The 256 is wild for pricing. It's just because of high density. Yeah, but you're not going to get the timings that you would with the 48 gigabyte. It's the only thing. It's just the density and the timings are not the same. Unfortunately, they can be fairly close, but they're not going to match the actual gaming performance of a 48 gigabyte kit. But if you need 96, depending on what you're doing, then yeah, 96 gigabytes can be more beneficial. Just having more is going to be more beneficial than frequency. I mean, if you've seen some of my benchmarks, I did 7200 CL28. 7200 CL28. No, I recommend timings over speed. My 7200 kit with decent timings will outbeat a 8400 frequency. Yeah, they'll lose to not well, they shouldn't lose to your 64 gig kit, but that would depending on because if you're using it on AMD, then yeah, that makes sense. But 32 gig will outbeat the 48 gigabyte kit because you can get tighter timings, not frequency though. Now, if you want to compare the frequency with timings, if you manually tune the timings on both, the 48 gigabyte kit will actually win due to the fact you can get more frequency out of it and some really good timings. Oh, probably. 128 are going for what, $2,000 right now? Somewhere around $2,000. Yeah, you have 64. There's no need to have 64 if you're not going to use it. Your 64 gigabyte kit must be pretty good there, Nick. I'm not sure which kit that one was. And yeah, there's going to be more certain benchmarks that work better with it. Hey, how's it going, Gary? How's it going? Remember when we were talking about that VEP, though? For the kits? Remember I was talking about the frequency, the certain frequencies that you want with a certain cast latency to help guarantee the IC, so that way you can tune it a certain way. If you have the higher frequency kit at a certain cast latency, it's more or less going to be guaranteed to be an M die, which means you can get a higher frequency, and on your CPU, you want that higher frequency. That higher frequency will be more beneficial. Yes. And I was telling you how to figure out how to get a certain IC, which will make sure that you can get that high frequency for your Intel CPU, which is what you want. And then if you manually tune it more, you get more performance, but for daily, you're not going to need it. Well, I remember. But remember, timings are always going to outbeat frequency. If you can get certain kits, those timings have already been tuned down quite a bit. You can manually tune them even more at the same frequency, though, if you have a certain IC. If you get Micron accidentally on Micron, which is you're not going to get with a higher frequency kit, because Micron doesn't do high frequency kits, then you're more or less going to be guaranteed to get M die. M die, you can tune it more at that same frequency and not have to lower the frequency for those timings. $64 GB kits. I mean, the cast latency is just going to be the voltage. There could be two different voltages for those, and since they're both high density, they should be both fairly low voltages, maximum of 1.45 volts. But your 64 GB 6000 is probably 1.45 volts, and your 96 GB is probably 1.4 volts for CL28. Yeah, keep it 1-to-1 on your AMD for sure, man. Yeah, the curse of Micron. And Micron is, you don't want to buy kits at CL, okay, so CL 34 to CL38, you do not want to buy frequencies from like 6000 to 6800. You want to buy kits that are CL36 or CL32 to CL36 at 7200, and that can help you guarantee to get Hynix M die with 48 GB kits. And the voltage is going to be about 1.3 to 1.35 volts, nothing higher, and that will help guarantee that you're getting M die. That's going to be a higher frequency at 48 GB, high density, a medium density more or less nowadays, high density kit. So 2 by 24. Yeah, 1.35 volt. Yeah, that's pretty good then. Because it's such a high density, higher density sticks of M die are like lower voltages. And this is what some people don't understand with DDR5 is the higher density M dies are generally going to be a lower voltage. And you can get some, and those ICs on yours on that 96 gig kit are some really good chips, man. For CL28, 1.35 volts, 6000, that's actually pretty good for high density. You might even be able to get away with 1.3 volts. You can try 1.3 volts and see if it still holds the exact same timings at 6000. I forgot what I was doing for testing for wise. I got down to CL26 pretty easily. Low voltage at 6000. Actually, I was able to do 6800, but that's hard to find kits that are low voltage kits like that with low cast latency. Although cast latency doesn't always equate to performance wise. But your M die for CL28, 36, 36, 96 at 6000 is pretty good. The 54,000 mega transfer kits. Yeah, that's the main thing. And since DDR5 has the higher frequency, higher bandwidth onto it anyways, it can help make up the cast latency, the latency on it. That's the thing. It can help, but you generally have to have way more frequency to outweigh the cast latency. But timings matter a lot. Timings matter a lot. Yeah, it's good. Of course, it's gonna be a higher voltage just because it's a lower cast latency. Cast latency scales with voltage, and since it's already a high density kit, it's still technically fairly low voltage. Fairly low, because it's what kit is that? Is that still 6,000, or is that like a 6,200 or 6,400 kit? If it's still at 6,000 CL26, 6,000, then I would actually say your 96 gigabyte kit is actually better. 500 more millivolts. Oh well, not 500, but 50 more millivolts. At the same, for 64, I would say your 96 gigabyte kit's actually better. Yeah, yeah. Actually, no, no hooves, no, not 2%. Well, I mean, if you're going off of just XMP, because I've shown in games 32 gigabyte versus 48 gigabyte versus 64 gigabyte, all the exact same frequencies and timings, all the same, even though they're different ICs and that doesn't matter. They're all I set everything the same on all of it, and I've shown how you can get just frequency can gain you some more performance, but timings can give you way better 1% lows and actually average FPS go up higher too. I've shown this on multiple games. Just from tuning. XMP, if you're going XMP versus XMP for DDR5, then yeah, you might get that 2% difference. Maybe 3%. But if you can manually tune them, you're getting more than 3% difference. You're getting like up to almost 10% difference in performance. Because you gotta equate the average FPS 1% lows and 0.1% lows. Yes, exactly. Exactly, there you go. Like just Counter-Strike alone, I did stock XMP versus tuned, and I gained 60 FPS. Same kit of RAM, same frequency, tuned it for timings, and I gained 60 FPS. 60! And that was even like the best timings I could do. Only scores 234,000. Probably because of timings. Timings are different because of higher density MDI. MDI, the best MDI that you can do is 48 gigabyte for timing wise. That's still pretty good at 6,000. That's, I mean, 234,000 is still really good at 6,000. And XMP. Yeah, probably because the secondary timings are a bit better. That's probably why. Yeah, your ring OC on the 4790K. 10 FPS, that's pretty good. That's just tuning one. That's tuning the CPU though, but does equate to that as well. Oh, the 64 is a die. That's terrible. Why? That's terrible. A die at 64 gigabyte kit, not great. And that's why the timings are better. The timings are all automatically going to be better on a die, but you won't be able to tune it probably. Do we try to tune that kit? Is that kit one of the kits that we tried to tune? And we couldn't do much more because You can't. It's a die 64 gigabyte kit. I think that is one of the kits that we tried. If I remember correctly, that might be one of the kits we tried, and we can barely tune it more. You want a die for certain benchmarks, yeah, for DDR5. And other benchmarks, you want M die 48 gigabyte kit, 2x24. But if you can, yeah, if you can get a good A die kit and get the frequency with the timings, then yeah, it's gonna be really good. You're not gonna get the frequency though, and then for some benchmarks that are bandwidth oriented, more frequencies could be better with decent timings. 6400, that's pretty good. 1.45 volt, it's not bad. I say for daily, the max that you should be using is like 1.5 volts. So, I mean, you still got some headroom there. And you don't even technically need it because AMD. My RAM even A die. Flannel heat spreaders. uh, I want to get some aluminum and make my own heat spreaders. I'm kind of sad I traded my Palm router for the Vega 56 because it would make it easier to make custom stuff with. Oh yeah, of course I do, man. Because you're terribly optimized. I don't know. They're Swedes. Holy comments I'm getting. It's like a bunch of my videos are getting like I don't know how many comments. Just my phone's going nuts right now. Now you use it. Yep. Bet your wife tells you that all the time there, Nick. Ugh. Bam. All right, go over a bit of the competition here. For AMD CPU, stage 1, we're in 4th. Stage 2, we're in 10th. Oof. Stage 3, we're in 5th. Stage 4, we're in 7th. And stage 5, we're in 2nd. 10th, though. Use 2, 8, and 16 core processors in total. You're not allowed to use the 9000X3D or 9950X3D. And division per CPU core count. So lower core counts are going to be more beneficial for this bench. And what were you doing right now? Oh, we got one score with Rhino. Rhino's the only one with the score. I love Canadian ambient. You still hit 77 degrees Celsius. Holy. It's so slow. It's so bad. Oh no, is that 2.5B? That's not bad. Oh, I thought it was 1B for some reason. I didn't see. Wasn't paying attention. That's actually not bad. 29 seconds, pretty good. I love Canadian ambient. Said no motherboard ever, Nick. Yeah. So that's why we're so low right now. No one's posting anything for this part. Same thing with W Prime. Only DDR3. We got an A10 7800 and a 1100T. Still not bad. But yeah, this is per core count here. And then Israel in first. And that's the thing, it's just per core count, so the 9950X is actually gonna do worse. Like they should get rid of the 9950X. Yeah, they should get rid of the 9950X. There's no point. It'd actually hurt their scores because it's 16 core. Might as well use the lower core count and try to get as fast as you can. Yeah, they're all adding in the 9950X. Oh, Nuggets got the hiccups. Yeah. This is... And United States is probably going to have better scores here soon. Come on. Come on. I know you wanna. Yeah, she's got the hiccups. Help you with that. There you go. She got the hiccups. What else? I mean, I already know I won't be able to beat now to help out with this. I'm pretty sure MMR has a better score than this. I hope he has a better score than that. Pretty sure he does. Because I'm pretty sure I'll only be able to get around 120,000 with my 3070 Ti. It's a division per GPU family. Oh, the hiccups. Oh, the hiccups. You poor, poor thing. You poor, poor thing. Intel CPU, what we gotta do? We're in first place for Pi 1B. 7-zip, 2 cores. We're in fourth. And I got nothing really that will help. My 2130, I think it is, can do about 13,000, so that's not going to help. Russian Federation, pretty good scores. Dang, 6.2. 6.2 on the G7400. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Geekbench 3 is what, for 10 core CPUs? I can't do anything for that. I think God did one for that, right? Yep. You couldn't beat my score? You guys only have 5.4. Oh, I guess, yeah, your RAM. The RAM's not helping you there. You know, my timings are terrible. Yeah, it's only at 5.4. And I was on Geekbench 3 to try out. I could have got more. Probably would have been around 60,000 if I did 64-bit. PyFast, I'm not. I got nothing that'll help. I got nothing that can help that one. So yeah, I know I can get close to 9 seconds with my 13900K. I'm not gonna be able to outbeat that. There's no point in even trying. And then memory frequency. I can post in a slightly better score than Exaberries, but I'm hoping Exaberries or someone's gonna do something better. As this is terrible. I even think my score that's better than that's still terrible for DDR3. It's just the best I could do right now because I'm limited by voltage. on my motherboard, and I still haven't figured out a way to increase the voltage on it. Still working on it. Still working on it. So we go to France. 1763. Yo, that's cool. Nice. It's a really cool PCB. Yeah, I was gonna say. He transferred it. KO8114 PCB. Yeah, CFR. Very nice. Oof. Oof. Vertex. Just, wow. That is really good for dice. '14th overall. Man, that's very nice. On dice. Xberries did 6381. Very nice. That's 12,000, by the way. Insane. Insane. Yeah, this is done on some vengeance. Yeah, that's what they've been doing this year. A lot of, well, in the past 3 months really. 3 months they've been really pushing the DDR5 frequencies. That's what everyone here has been doing. That's all they've been doing. November 2025, December 2025, November 2025, November, 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 October, October, July. The top ones really been pushing it. Xberry's on dice though. That's really good score. On dice. That's really good. That's really, really good. And then me, my lonely 8200. I could do a little bit higher, which I should do a new one. This is on 12600K. I did 8200, 12600K on a 4-dim board too. I don't even have boards like these guys. If I show here, go here. He's on a Maximus formula. And all these guys. Tachyon. What was Buildzoid on? Tachyon. He did it on Ellen too. What kit? What kit? Verification. We got. Okay. Oh, 6200 kit. Pretty good then. Just crazy frequencies though. I need to get some more GPUs for AMD. Should never have sold my 6700 XT back in the day. Oh, how'd you win there, SD? How's it going anyways? How you doing? Yeah, you little kitty paw. Yeah, kitty paw. She's gonna say hi. Hi. Oh yeah, now they're worth way more. I talked about this earlier in the year and how RAM price is gonna go up. I didn't expect it to be this high though. It's pretty wild. It's actually pretty wild how RAM prices are at this kind of prices right now, and that's just because of greedy retailers. Really, it's greedy retailers. SSDs are still not a bad price, but SSDs last year, yeah, not bad. Even earlier this year weren't half bad. Even still, they're not half bad. I bought my NVMe's like years ago. I paid for my 2 TB 980 Pro almost $400, and now you can pick them up for like $200. Nice. Yeah, some NVMe's went up in price, and that's just due to the fact they're cheaper and more people are buying those cheaper ones because, well, they're cheap. Yeah, I know, but you're not Canadian, so your 140 is like 180 here. Yeah, not cheap. Oh, you stuck? Hold on, you stuck? Nope. Okay. Today. Yeah. She's a girl. Gabby. Had her for. And when did I get her? It's 2017? 2018. 2018, I think. I don't know why male calicos are super rare, but yeah, they're more rare. I don't know why they'd be worth a lot of money. It's just a calico. No, I think she was born in 2016. She was born in 2016. Not when I got her. 28, 2018, I'm pretty sure is when I got her. Oh, a lot of luck. Gotcha. That makes sense, I guess. Why they're worth more. So they're worth luck. They're lucky. Yeah. Get it. Huh? Well, say hi. Say hi. Yeah, you did. You basically got your RAM for free. Those treasure. No, I don't know what you're talking about there, SD. Not sure what you're talking about there, man. Yeah, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, the wave and paw thing. Gotcha. Yep. I know what you're talking about now. Those knickknacks or knickknacks. Doodads. Doodads. Yeah. Yeah. DDR4 prices went up first due to the fact they ended production on DDR4 ICs. And if you remembered, I talked about this earlier this year that DDR4 will be going up in price first and then DDR5 by the end of the year. Sadly, I was right. And the DDR prices of DDR5, it's just stupid. Yeah. And DDR4 prices started going up about 3 months ago. Well, they technically started going up um, right around the first to second quarter of this year due to the fact they stopped production on DDR4 ICs. And then since the prices of DDR4 started going up since then, their manufacturers were contemplating on actually starting production on DDR4 ICs again, but they never did. I think it was about 4 months ago when you started doing it. And you took your time getting the parts, was good. Yeah, really good deal for your PC, and that's the main thing. You want to have a, you can take your time on certain parts, and you can see that if there's a good deal on, just get that part. You don't have to get your whole system at that point. You can just get one part, which is smart. Yeah, and that's really good. July? Yeah. And buying in parts is smart though, right? That's why I tell people. Wait for some deals. For some things, don't wait. For GPUs, just the way the prices of GPUs were going, I'm just trying to tell people to not be buying at these ridiculous prices. And if you've noticed, GPU prices have gone down due to the fact people stopped buying them because they were at a ridiculous price. Now, there are some GPUs that people were buying still, like older generation ones, like last generation GPUs, that doesn't make sense on their prices. It's just due to the fact people were buying them, so they just marked it up. Supply and demand. For 18, that's pretty good, actually. I mean, it's only 16 gig, but still. At least you got a PC. Oh, she's so happy. Oh, she disappeared. Yeah. She'll be back, though. She'll be back. Joe, know your Joe. Just randomly popped up. Kept watching. Thought, wow, this guy really is going all out on this. Wonder who does this kind of thing. Then the tagline, yeah, yeah, it's me, man. That's me. Modifying GPUs. Yeah, GTX 1080 is still a good card. It's just sucks that there's no more driver support for it. 100%, yeah. But the thing is, people are buying these GPUs way above MSRP price for them. Way above, which is just ridiculous. Oh, I gotta upgrade to this, even though it costs $600 or $1,000 more than what it should. And that just messes up the whole market when people are buying it at that, because the prices will stay up high. And then if people are still buying RAM at these prices, then there's something wrong with them. They're just wasting their money. The prices of RAM are going to go back down. It's not like it's going to stay up. They'll go back down. It's just at this time of year, people are spending money. So they're trying to get as much extra income as they can before the end of the year. Yeah, with a little bit of ray tracing, yeah. And that's the thing, even if you go with the least popular GPU, you can still get good frames. Then a lot of people are just not buying the appropriate CPU for what they want to do, for the games they want to play. And that's the one thing that people are not understanding is if you just got that better, if you just spent that little bit more for a better CPU, a better platform, and just stuck with a lower end or the least popular GPU, you are actually gaining in the long run. Your frames are going to be higher than the most people with that GPU. You're going to be more happier. You're going to be happier in the long run because you could just upgrade the GPU. You can just sell the GPU. You don't have to redo your PC. That's why with your 265K 20-core CPU, you're good for a while, man. For some games, yeah. Again, this is why people need to understand about the benchmarks being done on CPUs and GPUs, is that generally these bigger YouTubers have contracts. Okay, well, you run this benchmark, this benchmark, this benchmark. You're gonna run this game, this game, this game, this game, and you can do this benchmark and this benchmark, and it might be slightly worse than Nvidia GPU for the same tier. It might be a little bit worse than Nvidia, but you have to do all these like all these other ones that are guaranteed to be better due to the fact they're a little bit. They might be a little bit better actually on AMD side. You got to run these though. Yeah. Oh, it's more than good enough for what you need. You're good for a while, man. Good for a while. I mean, I wish I had one. 265K, 285. Actually, I really want 265K because they're really good for memory overclocking. That'd be really fun. And then I would really like a 285K. For some benchmarks, it's actually better than the 14900K. Nah, that would be just due to some games. They're just really well developed for the 1050 Ti. Hey, how's it going there, Dan? But yeah, it should technically, the 3050 should actually be better, like almost twice as good as the 1050 Ti. Should be. Not unless something's wrong with your system. But yeah, the 3050 should be way better than the 1050 Ti. Way better. I mean, and it's also because of the drama, right? It makes good drama for bashing it too. The 30% increase in performance is more for their GPUs, but yeah, they did get better increase for the CPU efficiency. It's not that you built it. It's just that maybe the drivers, or more or less the drivers, you have to completely reinstall Windows or manually do the drivers for everything. Do like a DDU to the system and then redo the drivers, and that might actually help you. Like my main system, the system that I'm on right now, it has like a lot of GPUs on it. I think there's 10 total GPUs stored onto it. I mean, I could technically get better performance if I just get rid of all those registries. And that's in the registry. You can just go to registry editor and you just go to registry, just type into the search bar on your PC and just type in registry editor or just registry and click on that, and you can go down to and see how many drivers or registries there is on your actual system. Right now I have 10 different GPUs. And that just makes it faster so that way I can switch out from like what I've been doing right now is the Vega 56. I can switch it out to the GTX 460. I gotta fix the GTX 460. But like there's a bunch of, they got so many, 3070 Ti, 5450, Vega 56. I got the Intel graphics onto it, the HD graphics. I got 3070 Ti, 1080 Ti, 2080 Super, GT610. I got a whole bunch of GPUs stored on here. Just makes it faster to get a driver. Just for testing wise. Oh, 3050 is already low powered enough. You don't need to do minus 55 power on it. Yeah, especially RAM on Intel is making sure it's at the right speed. You can just go to the registry and just delete it that way too. Just click on the registry and then you'll see that it's in there on the registry. You can just manually delete it. You don't have to do a DDU. A DDU just makes sure it does wipe everything. It's good to do. It's good to do. I wonder how Guz making out with his 3570K, I think. And I need to look at... $237,000. I gotta beat that. I'm gonna try to aim for around 240,000. Wait, Honey plays Skyrim? I didn't know that. I didn't know she played Skyrim. Pretty good CPU. You don't owe me another $50. You don't, man. Yeah, high XM die kit. Who'd you sell it for to? You're the only one that don't. Did you know? Yeah, I don't play Skyrim, okay? I don't play Skyrim. And no, you don't owe me another $50, man. I know. Oh, it's Joe again, eh? That's good. I'm glad you guys are making it work for that. It must be for the PC for his brother, right? That's what I would assume. Stop rimming the sky. I know you said you would. It's just you don't need to, man. You don't. Yep, Media. It's a good one. It's a good one. Plus, you can always put a fan underneath it, which will help keep it cooler too. There, Dan. It would. It would. I'm trying to figure out what I gotta do for the end of this year. I gotta get some benchmarks done. So I might be doing that tonight, is figuring out what I want to do for getting a few more points. Then early next year, probably like New Year's. I'm gonna stream New Year's. I know there won't be a whole lot of people watching, but I'm gonna stream New Year's. I'm probably gonna be streaming Christmas too, cause I'm a loser. So yeah. Y Cruncher. I could do Y Cruncher because it's good points. Did at 6 gigahertz too, though. CL32, 42, 42, 28. I can do better than that. I got some new timings that are better, so I might be able to if I can get it cool enough. Just the amount of wattage at 6 gigahertz and 4.6, which I'm gonna raise up the E cores to 4.7 or 4.8. So I'm gonna hopefully crush the score. I want to get sub 15. I want to get 14 seconds. But as you can see, the wattage for this one test, for 15-second test, 472 watts, and that's probably not perfectly accurate. It's probably more like 500. Yeah, it's a good one, especially if you can get it for a decent price. And they're fairly easy to set up. That's the thing, you don't have to, man. You don't have to. Because aren't you technically losing money by doing that? Yeah, so you're losing money, man. Don't. CL21? Well, it's DDR4, so it could be CL21. Yeah, you probably could have sold it for 450. Put the DLP Viper Extreme 5, DD5 for the kibble in the trade. 49 and no low balls. I know what I got. I know what I got. Yeah, get some scores done there, Squeeze. We need you to actually contribute to the team here. So if we look at your actual, what you've done, which is not much, 103. 103. If we go to your thing, and we look out at hardware library, you need to get some more of these done. The 10700T definitely, like, probably some decent points in it, to be honest. I mean, look at your submissions. Like, just for one of these CPUs, you should have this whole page. Just for one of these GPUs, you should have this whole page. Still doing good, though. It's not that Procon really tried. It's just that you can only do so much. It's that no, you're not new. You've had so much time. You haven't benched since the last time that I helped you out. You just haven't been doing anything. That's your own fault. Like, hold on. I'll show you what I mean here. So if you look, Ga has been benching. He does all the benches for the one hardware. GTX 770, he does all the benches. And if we go to you... Actually, no, let's just go to the wall. The wall, because I haven't even done much. And then we go to submissions here. You see Caitlin, you see me. You see Caitlin, a lot of Ga. A lot of Ga. A lot. So much. Just me once in a while. Once per page. Once per page. No, twice per page. No, not even on that. Twice per page. God's just going nuts. Even though there's just a few points. Those few points do add up. Because he's done it so much. Just so much. Eventually I'll make my way up there. There we go. We get some more for me. Even though yeah, for a lot of mine I'll get more points for the team. Because he does so much. He's contributing so much. Like hardware points. It's just got all the time. There we go. There we go. We're starting to get back into it. It's because I've been working on just modifying and then trying to get the best scores and then figuring out what I want to do from there. And guys, just so much. That's called contribution. There we go. There I am. There I am. God's not try hard, and he's contributing to the team. That's the thing. He's contributing. That's all he's doing. He benches the hardware. So he, like his HD 770. It's one night. One night you can do all these within like 4 or 5 hours. You can do all this within 4 or 5 hours. Easily. Not even ever, like, for CPU, it's even faster. GPU, you gotta, for some things, you gotta switch over different CPU frequencies for how many cores and help benefit you, but you can do all on the exact same system, all the exact same OC for basically every single benchmark. That's it. That's all you gotta do. And it takes no time to submit something. We're third in Canada right now for overclocking teams. I can kick you, we'd still be in third. Just us three. Us three, we're in third. Exactly. There's no excuse. Just have a higher overclock on your CPU. Your RAM will barely do better. Having a really good operating system can help too. Yep, Donald's doing good. That's Goku's gay. That's Goku's gay. Goku is gay. He's a hardware guy. He does hardware, a lot of hardware. Like if we go to his hardware here, hold on. Go here, and then we go to hardware. This is just 56 processors, 47 graphics cards, 16 motherboards, 56 CPUs. A lot of different CPUs. Video cards, 47. A lot. Alright, take her easy there, Nick. That's a terrible Windows 10. You're saying strip. The 1 gigabyte RAM idle is still terrible. The one I used uses about 500 megabytes. It's not just a pre-installed apps that help. It's all background stuff. And then you can delete old portions of Windows that are in it. You delete the old portions of Windows, that'll actually help benefit you too. But it's just unneeded clutter. No, it uses more than 0 CPU and 0 GPU idle. 5 gigabyte RAM is quite high for Windows 11. It's not very good Windows 11 install. It should be around 4. Oh, 4 gigabytes still a lot. No, it doesn't. It uses more than 0. You cannot have your PC on without using your CPU. You cannot have display without using your GPU. Alright, sounds good. Yeah, I think I'll do some 13900K. Get some globals. I think that's what I'll do as well. This was stock. This was stock RAM I did this at. That's right, stock RAM. So. Definitely beat this later on. So I can even do higher CPU frequency because that was done in September. Yeah, 7-zip, I'm gonna go for a higher 7-zip before the end of this year. Let's see. Cinebench R20 would be a good one to go for, too. Be hard to beat this, though. 60 gigahertz and 4.6. Pretty good. Pretty good, in my opinion. That's global points for that one. Geekbench 3 multi. I already got something planned for this one. I was able to do a lower frequency, fairly close to it, so hoping my new timings I got for Hynix MDI are going to be beneficial. Pie fast. I did 6-1. And let's see. I should do Pi 5B. I did a stock, I believe. Oh no, 5.8. My best one is 142. 13.7 KF. That was, yeah, 5.846. With that 6000 CL30, 40, 40, 40. And a couple global points. Not so good. Not so good. Welcome back. You working on the 3570K? Is that the CPU you're working on, or what are you working on? Again, you're not really looking for 100% stable, man. You just want to get the best timings that are going to give you best performance. You gotta remember, it's not always having the tightest timings what's going to give you the best performance. So you gotta, sometimes best just to lower some timings down or one timing at a time, see if it gives you any gains. If not, then what's the point? Should be fairly stable, though. If you want to, you know, go farther, then you're going to have to crank up the voltage a bit more. But 1.9 volts isn't terrible, especially for Samsung IC. At 1.9 volts is a good spot to be at. Ooh, a little bit of drama. Haha. What was the drama? Yeah, I know. That was going in my head. Guess who's back, 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 back again, again, again. I need to get myself some more shorts. Trying to think of some shorts to do. Yeah, I gotta do the more CPU, GPU, RAM, and motherboard facts. I do. A lot of people have been asking me to do it. Ooh, that's rough. Hopefully you get that all sorted out and everything's good to go. Yeah, I gotta love it. I have some of that in my family too, which is wild. And Joe's commenting more. So how about those apples? They're here. They're just not chatting. They're probably doing something. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Be nice if I can get back to where I had like 50, 60 viewers at a time. But it is what it is. People can enjoy themselves. They can enjoy themselves. It's not like a yeah, like Vep. Yep, like Vep. Careful, he might fall asleep again. Oops, banned for 86,000 seconds. Yeah, sleep banning people. Yeah, on accident. As soon as I saw him, like, well, that wasn't me. There's only one other person that can do that. I know Hart wouldn't do that. Hart's pretty good. Yep. Yep, it was Vep. Yeah, on accident. I know Nick had to go. Yeah, probably around his dinner time right now. Oh, sorry about that. He's out of here. I think he just woke up. Oh, from sneezing? That was a good nap. Hey guys. um, what are some other short ideas? I know, like I said, I'll probably get back into more next year. I'm probably gonna start doing like as many shorts and that as I can, and then I'm gonna try working on doing better videos. Just I don't know. I gotta start doing something for like clickbait videos or be more like other top YouTubers, which I don't want to be like, but yeah, I gotta do something. Okay, well that didn't work. What the heck? There we go. Well, yeah, I'll definitely be myself. It's just I gotta do something about getting some views up, man. I gotta do something about getting views up. I gotta get more people onto my channel. So I gotta do better editing on videos. It's just what I did earlier this year was do, long live streams, and then I tried to do a long live stream like 12 hours a day minimum, basically a day of streaming, and then do almost a video in a short a day. And I just got burnt out, man. Like 18 plus hours of just working on stuff, streaming, and then working on videos, and then editing, and then oh well, this video didn't work out, sound cut out and all this, and then have to redo a video multiple different times. And those multiple videos that I would make up were like hour long plus hour long videos of explaining things, re-explaining things, redoing things. It just burns you out. Nah, exactly. No time to chill. There was no time to chill, and just burning myself out. It was good. It was really beneficial for me because I did when I was live streaming, I was getting a lot of viewers, which is good, right? It's good. It helps me out. No, I gotta start doing more. I mean, yeah, throwing it up raw, but if I throw it up raw, I mean, you'll, buddy, my my videos. My videos that are 10 minutes, that was actually like me talking about this GPU or talk about this GPU or motherboard or whatever for like 3 hours. Just because I just continue to just keep talking about it. Like 3 hours, and then I have to cut it down into something that's like 10 to 20 minute long max videos. That's how bad it is. And then sometimes when I do this like 3 hour long videos, I don't realize that the sound wasn't working, or something cut out or something like that, and then I have to redo it. So it's best I don't just throw it up raw. Give me one sec here. I'll be right back. I want people to watch it. My average view duration is really high, and I would like to keep it up really high. My average view duration. Yeah, I don't I go on for a very long time and try to be very specific, but then I've been told by people not to be so extremely specific on things because it's not needed. Just raw dog. But I'm gonna try to make more specific style videos, like the data sheet show how to find data sheets very quickly on each one because I'm gonna just grab a whole bunch of different GPUs, show the actual controller that you're trying to find, either it's on for the controller for core, VRM, or for memory, and show how to find those easier. And then I'm gonna do videos on how to do the soldering onto GPUs, what you can do, what you don't have to do, type deal, what matters, what doesn't matter. Yeah, and I don't see the budget builds would be awesome if I could do that. It's just I don't have the money to get any kind of hardware that really matters. I have older hardware that technically could work for budget builds, but the budget builds for those hardware is not budget build that's even close to what you can pay for something that's newer. Exactly. There's no budget, so there's no builds. That's why I would like to finish out my direct die for LJ1366 because I don't know. I think that's pretty cool that it's able to do that. It's just I need to get some fittings. I need to be able to afford some fittings that it doesn't cost much, but I still can't afford it. And when I finish it, I can do some testing on it and I can show it live stream too. And I don't know. I think that's pretty cool. I think a lot of people would think it's pretty cool. Because I like to hand make stuff. That's me. I like to hand do stuff, learn stuff, or take my knowledge of other things and apply it to PC hardware. Okay. Let's see. Should probably make a video on how to flash AMD cards. And show how to... Well, I mean, I need to get more GPUs. I don't think a whole lot of people... let's see, hold on, let's see. There should be... Steam survey. No way to actually see. Yep, and hopefully everyone can make it through the holidays and 0.10%. Point 10%. You know, through the holidays, that's the main thing, right? And then can have at least a decent holidays. So Vega 10, yeah, 10%. 0.10%. 0.10% would still be a lot on Steam for Vega. A billion dollar lotto? That's wild. That's wild, man. That's actually wild. Holy moly. So I have 181 million. $181,000. So it could be, could do some videos on the RX Vega 56. Yeah, no doubt that is. Well, fingers are crossed for you. Fingers and toes. Yeah, that's rough. What I've made this year, not much. Just restart your PC then. What? Are you high? Are you high there, man? Are you good? Let's see. 1650 Super. Let me 1 second. Let me check what your actual. You gotta put the valid link so that way I can just click on the links for it instead of me looking at that, because it doesn't. The old benchmarks are CPU benchmarks nowadays. What CPU did you use for? Do you use the exact same CPU, exact same frequency for both? Let's go to video card. 1650 Super. Click the wrong one. $16.50 Super, 14.57. And you did what else? I don't know, squeeze. I hope it explodes again, because you're just a moron. Yeah, just give me 1 sec. I'm looking. Hardware, and then the 3050 is the one you're. Yeah, 3050. Or 3060. 3050 or 3060. Wait, which one? God damn. No, click here. So 3060 is still being outbeat by 1650 Super. So 3060. $30.60. $6. What version is your 3060? This is what makes things not fun for me here. 192-bit, 358. 3060. 60. Today 192. Oh, 06. You're not at 5.7 on. You're only at 5.3 with your 3060. You're only at 5.3 gigahertz with the 4060. Yeah, you're only at 5.3. You're stock, basically. You need your CPU. Your 1660 and your 1660 Super, you did it at 5.7, and the 3060, you did it at, yeah, and you did it at 5.3 with with the 30 series. You're gonna gain a lot more with CPU frequency than GPU. Again, it's the 03, 05, and 06 are like, well, 3D Mark 2001 SE, 03, 05, and 06, and Aquamark are CPU oriented. I've already told you about this. These benchmarks are CPU oriented. That's why you can do LOD, and I'm not sure how if you're doing any kind of LOD mod or you know, doing LOD on it. Test is different. That's AMD, but your detail. I'm not sure if you're doing anything. If you're clamping your GPU as well. Yeah. There's why your 3060 is not comparing up to like the 1660 or your 1650. It's because of your CPU frequency. Yeah, you should do some LOD on your Nvidia and test on your. I mean, you can do that next year. You can do that next year. I'm not sure. Like, do you know how to do it properly? I could show you how. I'm not sure if you're using if you know how to use NV Inspector or even just do it through the Nvidia or, well, Nvidia settings. Test you can do it, I guess, as well. But Aquamark is, yeah, the faster CPU. That's why if I show you here, just give me 1 second, I can show you Aquamark. Literally Aquamark, they do stock GPUs and just do LN2 on stock GPUs, okay? Stock. And just use LN2 on CPUs and will crush anybody else's score. So here's 03. And this is global points too, so they're doing it. This is what they do. OGS is now in first, which is wild. Team Australia was in first, but it looks like OGS took the first place. And boom. Oh no, they're on liquid nitrogen on the 3090 Ti. I mean, there's some people that are literally stuck or on water, just going nuts. Oh, that's 03. It's not what I want. I want Aquamark. Nearly stock 980 Ti. Just cranking a 14900 KS with LN2 right here. Wrong one. Boom. LN2, 4-core, 4-thread. And that's all you need on Aquamark is 4-core, 4-thread. Just as fast as you can go. GPU, stock GPU. Stock 980 Ti. This is the record. Only because they're at 8.2 gigahertz on CPU, which is wild. This is crazy frequency for this, but still. You don't have to care about GPU. You don't. No. You're allowed LOD and tests on benchmarks. Aquamark's fine, and Aquamark is built into Aquamark. You can literally do no system info. No system info, like disable system info, and AMD or ATI has it built into it, so that way you can put a level of detail automatically on it for AMD and Intel, for AMD and ATI cards. It's built into Aquamark, literally built into it. And then you can just do it that way. You can set it so that way you can use very little level of detail is very low, like as low as you can go. Just find that really crisp spot that works the best for you for level of detail. And test is built into it for AMD and ATI. Fire Strike, you can do LOD onto it. 03, 06, 05, 3D Mark 2001 SE and Aquamark, you're all allowed. Points is points though, they add up there, Squeeze. Yep. You can do that. I don't believe Time Spy you're allowed. I think they made it so Fire Strike now you can do it. Let me just double check here. Benchmark. Fire Strike. Rules. You gotta have system info, 5.85 or newer. Default setting runs only, and LOD and test is allowed on Fire Strike. Now for Time Spy, I don't think it's allowed on Time Spy. Yeah, AA, LOD, and test not allowed on Time Spy. So Fire Strike, Aquamark, 3D Mark 2001 SC, 3D Mark 2000, 3D Mark 11, 3D Mark 06, 05, 03, Vantage, and 3D Mark 99 you're allowed. Yep. Yep, LOD helps a lot, yep. No. And Fire Strike you weren't allowed before, but they changed it. Because Time Spy, if you have a really good CPU, and then you got that good CPU, and you only have so many cores running, it helps you score more than having all cores running. Even though your physics score is really good, it's just, if you could set it right, so that way your GPU, so your GPU automatically gets more points due to the fact you have a faster CPU, right? Faster, more efficient CPU. So frequency and or IPC helps for your GPU altogether. Physics scores are not worth a whole lot of points towards the whole points, but the combined points can give you more points with your GPU score than your physics. So you can lower down your physics score by having so many cores running at a higher rate than having a better physics score if you have a better GPU score and a better combined score. And that matters on basically every every test that has combined. So Skydiver, Skydiver, but Skydiver works for all, like, as many cores as you can, as long as you have fast. So when the test is running with your GPU, you have like 4 cores running at max speed. Firestrike, it's only so many cores. How many cores is it? 13. 13 with hyperthreading, I think it is. No, wait. 29, sorry, 29. 29 total is your best. Most efficient. So that way your combined score and your GPU score could be maxed out. Your physics score will take a hit, but who cares? It's not worth a whole lot of points. Same thing with like 3D Mark 11. 3D Mark 11 has a combined score. 3D Mark 11 though, you only need 8 cores. And then I forgot which test it was. Nope, not Firestrike. Don't think Time Spy either. Nope. Trying to figure out what test. I forgot what test it was for. AMD has is pretty efficient on one test. Looks like they might have got outbeat already. Yep. Yup. So, I don't know, just use that cheat sheet that I gave you and apply it to everything you can. Evasion. I mean... should be able to do. He doesn't bench much. Yeah, and just use that. Remember, you're not on like LN2, so even though like it does, the LN2 does equate to other things, but from my testing, that is also, that cheat sheet's really good. I even still use it because I was like, okay, well, I forgot what I gotta do there. But then you can just go check on like some of my scores. If you just go check my scores, like only with like 1080, like go check my 1080 Ti scores, and then check to see what my CPU, how many cores I got running at what speed. And I'll let you know. I think he's the only one in Team WEG that's from there. Maybe there's like 1 or 2, but that's about it. 1080. And then properties. Yep. Oh, whoop. I want to do this. I want to do this. Oh, bam! Okay, so like we go to like my GTX 1080 here, which aren't even the best scores. Like they're not great, but I mean I should upload my better scores for a bunch of these. Like we go CloudGate. You can see how many cores, and all that, right? Because there's no combined, I don't have to worry about the efficiency on how many cores this benchmark uses. We go to Firestrike. Firestrike. Over here. 6 gigahertz. Now, it's 6 gigahertz for not like the whole test. It's 6 gigahertz just to help out my graphics score. That's what I wanted, to help out my graphics score, which will help out my combined. And then we only have 29 threads. 8 performance core, 13 E-core, 29 threads. Right? 16, 13, 29. Most efficient for Firestrike. And then we can go down to 3D Mark 03. Which I only did at 6.1. I don't know why I only did it at 6.1, but I did it at 6.1. 6.1. 4 performance core, 4 thread. Now that, I only did 4 performance core, 4 thread. I could have went down, probably down to 3 core. Aquamark. I haven't done it with Aquamark yet. I'll have to redo that. 05 though. 05, we need 6 performance core, 6 thread. 06, different story. Because now we got a CPU test in it. Now we have 8 performance core, 13. 21 threads, no hyperthreading. Okay? No hyper. No hyperthreading. No hyperthreading because I wanted to help stabilize the CPU portion of this test. The CPU portion of this test is just freaking annoying. Okay? It's freaking annoying. I could have put the E-cores all the way up to 16, but I'd left it at that. And that seemed to work pretty good. It is actually a pretty good score. Even though it was at 5.8 and 4.3. Which I could have done better. But it gave me a good score, so I left it. Theater Mark 2001 SE. 4 core, 8 thread. Now that is not good. 4 performance core, 4 thread would have been better to have a higher CPU frequency, but I just did it at 6 gigahertz because why not? I can run these at 6.3 if I wanted, but I was worried about seeing how good I can get with the 4 core, 8 thread, and it did alright. 13th place was alright. But I can only do 2.15 on the GPU, and technically 2.125 actually would have been better, but whatever. And then, like, you're in heaven here. You're in heaven. Stock CPU. Now, I could have done way better if I actually just put to 8 performance core, 16 thread, and went up to 6 gigahertz. I would have been able to get way better score. But I was just testing, see how good I did. 21st was actually pretty good. I was quite happy with it. So I just left it. But this is bad efficiency on my part. If you go up to, let's say, like AKM here. AKM is at 8 gigahertz, 8 performance core, 8 thread. Now he's doing that because he wanted to make sure you get more CPU frequency, which would help boost up his GPU score. And because this kind of test, like Unison Heaven and also Unison Superposition can help benefit you having a higher CPU frequency. And you only need 8 cores. You only need 8 cores. Boom. 8 cores. 8 core. But I did it stock. Just stock. I don't know why. I just did. But if we go check Unison Superposition here, BuildZoid score with his 1080. Yeah, crazy good score by BuildZoid here. His CPU is at 16 core, 16 thread, even though that did not probably help him. His hotspot negative 97. Yeah, the 8 core 8 thread 9700K is good. They're decent to overclock too. Even if you modded it, you can't get better squeeze because the temperature's too high. You'll need to do like get a water block, custom water loop or something to get it cooler. You have to have it on water. There's no you cannot do it on air. That's gonna make it colder unless you can get like negative 30-degree air onto it, negative 30 or colder air onto it. You can't get it cooler because it's on air. That's the sad part about air. With my 3070 Ti, I'm on air and I'm able to do some good scores because I can actually get some cold air onto it. Like, what was I able to do here? 2.3 gigahertz, I think, on my 3070 Ti on air. Oh, 3070 Ti. Like the wrong one. So like this GPU Pi score here, I think it's this one. Or this one. Now it's just only 2.28. And then, did I even post the one that I did 2.3? Yeah, right here, 2.3. 2.3 gigahertz on air. I actually don't know how this passed. I actually don't know. I was trying and trying and trying. But as you can see, I went from 15 degrees, well, not 15 degrees. I went from 11 degrees Celsius to 25 degrees Celsius on air. This isn't that good. But yeah, I mean, I gotta try to get first place. I think I'm in third right now. Yeah, third. Yeah, try to get first place. He did 2.34 on chilled water. I'm on air. Like, I don't know how his efficiency is so good. 2.265? What? Yeah, 2.265. How? 20M 128. Really good efficiency. That's insanely good efficiency. For second place. Quad-threaded CPU. 6-core, 24-thread. Man, that CPU would be so hot. And, like, be not good. It just would not be good. 2080 Super. I'm gonna work on a bit of my 2080 Super here. I have a better already 3D Mark 2001 SC, but Salty Croissant did dry ice on his 2.385. I can do 2.3. So I might be able to. Well, no, he's 6'8". I'm not gonna be able to catch him. 6'8", wild. That's what's helping him there, not the GPU at all. 6.8 gigahertz on the CPU though. Yeah, crazy. I'm only able to do these kind of this right here is stock. This score was stock, not even modded. I have it modded now. This is stock voltage, stock card. Now I have it voltage modded. I can do over 2.3 now. There you go. Good global points, though. First place, second place, first place, second place, third place, second place, first place, third, fourth, fifth, first, fourth, third, seventh, first, fourth. And I'm gonna rebeat these because these are all stock. I haven't even redone it with the mod yet. I did some light testing, but I was light testing ambient, which didn't help me much. On water, but the temps still get too hot to where the boost comes into play. The boost just comes into play. 6 gigahertz. On dry ice, yeah. I can do 6.3 on water. Might be able to do 6.4 on chilled water, like if I can get cold enough. But yeah. Yeah, 6.8 on dry ice. It's only at how many cores was he on? Salty croissant. How many cores? Probably 4. Yeah, 4 core, 4 thread, 6.8 on dry ice. Or 6.8, yeah, 6.8 on dry ice, which is good. And that's really helping this score. The GPU at 2.3, almost 2.4 is not even what's helping them. It's the CPU. It's a pretty good score, to be honest. That 214,000 is really good. And what did I do to it? 6 gigahertz? Yeah, I did it at 6 gigahertz. I'm gonna rerun this at higher CPU frequency. Now at 6 core, 6 thread, just for testing. I thought I did pretty good, almost 193,000. I think I do have 193,000 on 1080. One sec. I think I do. I think I do have 193 on my 1080. Dry ice. Yeah, dry ice or LN2, you'd be able to do up above that. Like, if we go, I think it's Aquamark. Sebi. 7.9 gigahertz on his 13900 KS. 7.9. This is on LN2. You won't even be able to do this on dry ice. 7.9. That's why he's got such a good score. 752,000. Flying. It's a really good score. Yeah. 7.9 gigahertz. Again, 4 core, 4 thread. That's all you need. I think 3 core, 3 thread is all you really need for Aquamark. Especially if you have a really efficient operating system, that's all you need. Just might as well if you can get that frequency with the extra core, it just might help out the score a bit more. So that way you have a core in the background that's just working on that. What? No, it's not better. Let's go into your click to give me the link. You want to click onto the benchmark run that you did, your benchmark run, and then give me the URL for that, and you just post it in. And I can literally see it. It'll say the frequency that you're at and all that, and I can just look on Discord. I don't have to click the link technically. World record. Over a million. 8 gigahertz. Yeah. Till we retire now. Oh! To fix the screenshot embedded with the score to show the graphics card. It errored out. It errored out. What? Errored out. Yeah, it doesn't show the graphics card. That's wild. 8 gigahertz. 980 Ti. Stock. So how can they calculate the score? 17E06. How can you calculate the score from that? Of 103,000. Or 1 million. Hmm. It's odd. Like, how can you calculate the score, though? If it's given an error. Maybe they're calculating it through graphics and CPU on how it does the tally. But then it's all also how it goes on the portions of the run. Average frame rate is a big portion of it. Hmm. Wait, did they just edit this? No back screen. Back screen. 3:42 p.m. 3:44. 12. 12:52. 12/5 2002. Hmm. I don't know. That's kind of odd. Yeah, there you go. That's all you gotta do there. Yep. That's better. And then yeah, you can just look at it, your frequency of the GPU, then I can just click on it. Just easier to show. That's all you gotta do. Yep. It even shows your placement worldwide and hardware. And yeah, if you click on the 3060 here, visit, look at it, 5346. There you go. And then you actually go to the verification. It even shows that it's basically at 5.3. Oh, 5.7. This is 5 to 7. 67407. Still not great. And I don't know why you have all your cores running on your 14600 KF. Just do 4 cores. Oh wait, that's for O5. This is O5. Yeah, O5. Yeah, you can just do 6 cores for O5. Five 7 82 for O5. Oof. But your E cores are higher frequency though. So it could be taken, yeah, just disable your E cores. It could be used in your E cores for this benchmark, and that's why it's actually giving you a lower score. Very big possibility there. Oh, what you're saying? Yeah, it won't take much to get it set up. Fairly easy to set up a capture card. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of odd. Yeah, 5 seconds for the whole sequence. It's fast. Faster CPU. Well, not really GPU. The faster CPU though. This benchmark is fast. Takes no time to do. 5 seconds for the whole thing. Oh, so this is not an error. It's a notation for 1.3 million or 1,300,000 or 1,031,000. Sorry, that's okay. Pretty cool though. Yeah, 1 million. That's a lot. Pretty crazy. Pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. Well, yeah, it's like close to record there, though. They did it at 8 gigahertz. They did it at 8 gigahertz. Eight gigahertz. With two 980 Ti's. That's just... And then the thing is, it's such a quick benchmark, too. It is. It's really quick when you got really fast CPU on it. Very quick. Um... 478 right now is my best that I have up. Yo, where's my screenshot? What happened to my screenshot? I have it. Maybe I'll just add it in. Where's my screenshot? Your 3060 did 509,000. That's nice. They're nice. I mean, I got 580,000 somewhere. Haven't uploaded it yet though. I have a 580,000 somewhere. You already got a fast CPU. You talk, but you got a faster CPU than I do, technically. You technically got a faster CPU, man. God. It's just I can make mine go faster. Let's see 1 sec here. You technically got a faster one than me. I think that's what she said. I think so. I'm glad it's working out pretty good for you. Yeah, you can't with one mouse if it's a corded one. Not unless you have, use a KVM machine. least that I know of. At least the way that I know of. Lead to Taiwan. Oh. Well, that's why. 3 elites. Oh. There you go. Let's see. Yeah, as long as it works, right? Yeah, I'm probably gonna be ending the stream here. Oh. It's 34 there? Temperature here. It is -7. Not that bad. Yeah, wake up, Beth. Yeah, it's only -7 here. Not that bad. Ow. Yeah, just careful it doesn't get too cold. You don't want condensation buildup. You don't want condensation buildup, man. Alright, take her easy there. Go. Yeah, I'm gonna be ending this stream here. Looks like we got 71% is it Intel and Nvidia good for consumers? It's mostly like wild. I think it'll be a pretty good partnership. At least I hope. Yeah, man. Have yourself a good one. Talk to you later. Yeah, I'm gonna be trying to do the live stream every day again. Try to. Yeah. Some good, some bad, but majority-wise, as in hopefully advancing some things a bit quicker. And getting out some really good products for GPUs and CPUs. I think it'll be pretty good, man. I do. Yep, I hope everyone has a good rest of your day. I'll try to be on a bit earlier tomorrow. We'll see. And maybe I'll have some things set up so that way I can go over some things. Yeah, definitely there, Dan. Definitely. Let me know when it shows up. I'll give you a hand making sure you got it all set up right. It's fairly easy to do, though. It's fairly easy. Capture card. It's actually pretty good. The Avermedia. Avermedia is a good one. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Alright, I'm ending the stream there, guys. And thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys are helping this channel more than you know. Yeah, the speech to text can be rough sometimes. Yeah, Canadian Ram with A die. A Bonze. You know, guys, I'll catch you on tomorrow's stream. So, again, thank you everyone for watching. And, again, as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace. If anyone wants to message me in Discord, message me in the Discord. Take her easy, guys.